And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the SNSN Morning Show. My name is Mike Minarski, which you probably know that already, but for those of you scoring at home, that's still my name. And, of course, this morning being joined by Jim Barnie, who's a regular recurring guest on the show.
Well, nice to be here, Mike. I haven't been here that much recently, but a lot of things going on.
Especially here.
Yeah.
In the new Paragon Studios on Main Street.
For sure.
So I like it here a lot.
It's a nice setup. I think this works. I think it works really well.
Yeah. The sound is better. Yeah. And I think it's because the ceilings are lower.
Yeah. And also it has, not that it's acoustical material, but it has the popcorn ceiling. So that helps to control the, the sound.
Yep. I mean, the other place had carpet too, but I mean, this has carpet as well. So,
yeah,
that helps dampen the sound. But, I have a friend that actually has helped me for years, with the sound and the structure of how things are set out through the internet. And he texted me the other night. He goes, wow. He goes, the sound is really good. He goes, and I'm not joking because I'm usually waiting for the backhand from his name Scott. So
yeah. I mean, you do have the hard surfaces of the wall, but
yeah,
I mean, it gets expensive to try and put some acoustical material there. But I think the sound sounds pretty good.
And we have the sign behind us. So
yeah.
I mean, you know what I like about this building in particular is the rooms and stuff. It's not. I don't want to say as far as being drab, but the other one was. I mean, the other studio was nice. Don't get me wrong, and it was nice to be there and all, but the studio wasn't really as flexible as the way it was set up with the quirky windows and stuff like that. I just feel like I'm in somebody's bedroom.
Yeah. Well, you did have one advantage at the other studio.
That was across from Dean's.
Across from Dean's, and that is anybody that wanted to walk by and stop in, they knew where you were, and they'll eventually learn where you are here. But
yeah. I don't think though in this location we're going to have people just kind of walking in. Yeah. I think it's going to be more like, oh, you're going to be on this one. Okay, let me tell you how to get there and stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of like if you went to New York City and you were looking for a television show that was being taped. Like I went to New York City one time because I was actually on the People's Court, and this is 20 plus years ago. Scott Fryer goes, you know what? I'm going to walk right in. Well, I don't see you, Scott. I mean, where are you? Woo.
He's under my folder over there. I actually was invited to go to the People's Court, and I said, I'm not doing this.
And Laura says there's no background noise. Dave, who's going to be joining us after you leave, because I know you have to leave to go to an appointment.
Yep.
So Dave Pellino is going to join me at 9:15 to talk about Connecticut Special Olympics. He works for them down in the New Haven area.
Good organization.
Yep. So we're going to talk about what kind of things are going on with Special Olympics, fall and winter programming, and what's available for people that maybe are not involved, and how to get involved with Special Olympics. So
I think there's so many different things out there that could be helpful to people, but most of them that maybe need it don't really probably know about them.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, I talk to Dave on the regular anyway, because he thinks he's my friend. And I think I'm his friend too. So, but he's got some. I have some really cool friends that do some really cool things. So there's a lady named Peggy Green that we're going to have on next week, who works. She's from Utah, and talking about homelessness and generational hunger and that kind of subject matter. It's real interesting. It's real interesting. But the things that we're doing here is we're doing more topical type stuff.
What does that mean?
Well, just just kind of stuff that like something happened around that affects maybe everybody. Not so much just Griswold and Plainfield, kind of information.
Well, then the subjects I like to talk about will be fit into the program a little better.
With Griswold and Plainfield?
No, into the bigger picture.
And that's where we're eventually gonna go. That's where we're kind of creeping into. But talking about,
it could be eventually you expand into the national TV scene. Like the Hagman Report or some of those people.
You never know. You never know what's going to get caught.
Absolutely, you don't.
Then there's I was talking about Griswold, and I mentioned to you earlier about the new Griswold newsletter. And I didn't know it existed until it was sent to me.
Yep.
I had no idea. And the reason is because I don't really frequent a lot of Facebook.
So how was it sent? By email, or was it posted on Facebook? That if you're not on Facebook, you don't see it?
I guess, because that's where it is. I don't know if it's anywhere else. It could be. But it was sent to me in text. It said, "Hey, looky here." So I looked, and they're putting out a newsletter, which I don't hate it.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you. It seemed pretty good. I think it's 3 or 4 pages of information and stuff, which is cool. For what I saw, it's going to be quarterly. To me, that's too infrequent.
Yeah, I would say so too. It's a lot of work to prepare something like that too.
Yeah, it's definitely an undertaking, but still, I think something like this needs to be monthly at a minimum. I think quarterly. So for the powers that be, check it out.
We've been carrying on the capital plan for years to purchase a sign to put up somewhere in front of the town hall, the library, right there in that area, so that notices can be posted on that. And that seems to be something that we continually cut out of the capital budget because of the limited amount of funds. The school, we were talking about the school too, and I think that the school has one up that's up and running now, and I think they do.
Looks good.
Yeah, they got something of a grant. I've got to take a little bit more closer look at it because I saw I drive by there frequently,
right.
And there was something on the sign the other day. Well, there's always something on the sign, but I couldn't catch it in driving by. It was in red letters for one thing. I'm not sure whether that's the best color to have it in. Unfortunately, to try and get much of any information up in there, you got to have the letters reasonably small. and that's also a problem. I mean, for people, you certainly can't just stop there on 138 and read the sign
No.
either, you know. So,
No. Is that considered distracted driving?
well, I don't know, and I don't say, school board members, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm very happy that that's up there, but you know, one has to be very careful because it's awfully easy to get castigated for something you say, which is only said as possibly constructive criticism. You know, I've had that happen before.
And I'm not rolling my eyes because of the school board. I'm rolling my eyes for something else. But
okay.
No, yeah, I find that the school board's pretty. With me personally, they've been pretty straight up.
Oh yeah,
they tell me what I don't want to hear, or they tell and they tell me what I do want to hear. So I mean, I'm cool with that. Sean McKenna has been great.
Yeah,
there's no BS around the dude. So
Sean said to me, anytime you want to talk or you got a question, Jim, just come in. Just come in and see me.
Yeah,
he's very open.
Yes, sir. Yes, he is. Is Mary Beth is too.
Yeah, I've had good conversations.
I haven't had any problem with her.
I've had good conversations with her. Of course, Stuart.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the other people on the board.
Yeah. I'm not really familiar with Joyce Rice.
No, I mean, Shannon.
I know.
I used to encounter Sharon in the building office frequently, and Jamie at the town clerk's office. Yeah. So I mean, I know most of the people there from the point of being casual to almost being friends. You know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Stuart, I do know. I'm trying to think. Yvonne.
Yeah.
I don't really know Yvonne. I mean, I've known her in passing.
Yeah.
That's about it. So, come to think of it, I pretty much know all of them in passing. That's about it. We're not getting together drinking scotch. I don't know why I held up my coffee cup as I said scotch.
Because probably you get scotch in it this morning just to keep you going.
I am drunk.
Okay. All right. It's your choice.
Right now, I'm just plastered to the wall. I figured, you know what? Screw it. 4:00 in the morning, I'm getting up. Okay. You know why? Because I'm not on any boards here in the town of Griswold anymore, so I can say what the I want.
Aren't you on public health and safety?
Thanks for playing. We have some lovely parting gifts for you. Resigned.
You resigned?
Yes, sir.
You want to explain why?
You want me to right here?
That's up to you. You ask me questions that I'm not willing to talk about in the open.
Okay. You know what? And I haven't talked about it yet.
Okay, well then don't.
Okay. No. Hold on. I also resigned from Parks and Rec.
Uh-huh.
So I put up a poll up on my Facebook page, up on SNSN News. And it was very generic. And it was, we're halfway through the term. Do you feel that our first selectman, Dana Bennett, has been doing a good job? The answers that were available were yes, no, and undecided. That's it. And then as well as that, I went ahead and disabled comments. So nobody could make any comments, either good or bad. Just a vote. That's all.
Yep.
Well, she didn't like it. At all. And texted me about, I don't know, probably was up for about a couple hours. And I'm like, this is not meant to be derogatory. This is meant to, like, okay, you know, how what's the public perception at this moment on a very small scale? It's not like we're Quinnipiac, you know, and doing a whole poll. It's not a scientific poll, but it could give you a small sample size of what the perception may be. And there was some yes votes, there was some no votes, there was an undecided vote. Okay, and that's fine. To me, if I was first selectman, which will never happen, is that if I see somebody that said no, or a few people that said no, I'd reach out to them. And I would, this is just me.
Yeah.
You know, say, you know, I saw your vote and I would like to know why you feel this way and what can I do to help?
Okay. It was, so the people who were voting were identified by by name then or something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But the people know that.
Yeah.
You know, they know that.
They
so
knew that going
this is
forward,
not a silent ballot or or anything like that. And then we started texting back and forth. And a comment was made to me, which I'm not going to talk. I'll show you. That I'm like, nope. And I resigned from the boards.
Well, that's unfortunate.
When you see the comment, you'll be. I showed it to somebody else, and they went, "Oh, hell no."
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate you've resigned because we have enough problems getting people to serve on the boards right now. I mean, we probably got 6 or 8 open positions. Many of them being alternate positions, so that's good for people who can't commit to being to all the meetings and stuff like that, but they could still be involved and sit in and participate in it.
Jennifer Gauthier just said feedback is the best way to learn and grow, no matter how hard it is to hear. That's what a good leader does.
Mm-hmm.
I put things out of myself all the time. What can I do better?
Yeah.
Does my show suck? If it does, tell me why and what you would like to see.
Yep.
Sometimes you hear nothing from nobody. Sometimes you do.
Well, again, Mike, it goes back to the apathy that I frequently talk about.
Yeah, and that's everywhere.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I was really kind of like, wow. I to me, it was like for example, businesses, restaurants in particular, if they get a bad Google review, or if Bert Sorrell, perfect example. Bert Sorrell, if somebody gets on there and trashes what they had for dinner at Sorrell's, whether it was in their restaurant or delivered, to them, Bert will reach out to these people publicly and apologize publicly, even if it wasn't his fault. But he wants, he takes care of things. This is why he's successful in his community.
Yep.
He's entrenched, and he cares about the customers that come in.
And he also volunteers an awful lot of time and stuff to various things.
He does, and money.
Yeah.
So, and how does that happen? Well, it's because he puts himself out there, without a God complex.
Mm-hmm.
So, Timothy, who apparently wants to tell me yesterday he's in Tampa and enjoying the weather. So good for you, Tim. Constructive criticism could be your best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've worked with people who like to, you give them a problem, they want to go away and solve it by themselves and then come and present the information.
Yeah.
I like to be, my better style is to work in an interactive environment, bouncing things off of people, because I say something, they come back with something, another comment.
Yep.
And it just leads to a broader examination of what you're trying to solve. Okay.
Yep.
So that you don't miss things out here, because we all think differently.
True.
So, I mean, that's my,
you just said the key piece. We all think differently.
Yeah.
So what my thought is may not be yours or anybody else's. Could be, but it's not.
And to many problems, there's many solutions. There's no not necessarily any one best solution.
Nope. Nope. I think it's case sensitive. I even know from a customer service aspect, of myself, when back when I was working in retail, there was really hardly ever 2 situations that were the same.
Yeah.
And you had to deal with each one individually. All right, Joanne. Good morning, Joanne. Nice to see you in here and participating in the program. She goes, when you're in the public eye, you better be prepared for criticism as well as good feedback. If not willing, then stay out of the public eye.
Good comment.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have thick skin. Mike, you couldn't get me to take that job for $250,000 a year. Wouldn't do it.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I'll say is that if you're going to run, then good on you, because the town needs a leader.
Yep,
that's for sure. And it is. a lot of the town boards, most of them, P&Z, Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen, they are thankless.
Mhm.
They're absolutely thankless. So
You're damned if you do, and you're damned
you're
if you
damned
don't.
if you do, and you're damned if you don't. So, I mean, that's one thing that I will certainly applaud all members of those boards.
Yeah.
You know, just because of what they have to endure from people sometimes.
One of the fundamental problems I find with government as we have it, and I'm not talking about just on the local level, but all the way up, okay, is that there's too much loyalty to party as opposed to the loyalty to the people that have elected you.
Perfect comment.
All right. And that is a fundamental problem. And I don't care whether it's a Democratic control or a Republican control, you've got the damned issue.
It's very true.
I don't have a solution to doing away with the parties, but I just wish I wish they'd just disappear from the face of the earth.
I think small town politics, though, had been a lot different than the national scene. But I think in the last, like in the regional elections, you know, like in the small town elections, I think people did vote party.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
well,
hence the red wave.
And I think that's particularly true in the older people, because I think some of us were probably, I'm going to use a strong word, indoctrinated by our parents.
It's a 25-cent word right there, Jim.
Okay. And I've talked about that issue in on other subjects, which I'm not going to bring up today, but yeah.
Well, I do definitely applaud the people that do the job. Doesn't mean I have to agree with the job that they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, you probably don't recall, but a number of years ago, probably six or 8 years ago, I'm not sure, I did throw my hat in the ring for a selectman position.
I'm not aware, but I remember you talking about it.
I would never, ever take the first selectman's position. I mean, that is a thankless job.
It is, absolutely.
Okay? And the reason I put my hat in the ring is because being a neutral person, as far as the political situation is concerned, you've already heard me just say I don't believe in the party system. I would be there as a person who I didn't give a damn about what the party thought. What do the people think? And that's the way I'm going to vote.
Yeah, and I think that used to be very, very true of our little town here, and same thing with Plainfield as well. Is, you know, most people sit close to the aisle. You know, we're talking about, I mean, our small town politics and our small town issues, like in Griswold, Plainfield, Lisbon, Voluntown, Canterbury, much different than the issue that you find in Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, Danbury.
Yeah.
So, and I think you do find that people, you know, sit close to that aisle. There's not a lot of difference, except last election. Last election was pretty much party controlled. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a Republican, and even though I said earlier the red wave, you know, I know. You know, here's one thing, Jim. I've never voted straight party line.
Neither
ever.
And at this particular point in my life, I seldom ever vote for an incumbent, because there is hardly ever an incumbent that's done anything that I've approved of.
Really?
Yeah. I'm talking on the national.
Okay.
That statement refers to the national level. Yes. No, I'm pretty happy with what our board of selectmen have been doing over the over a long period of time.
You know, I mean, even if I'm not too familiar with Phil Anthony's.
Neither am I.
His regime.
Yeah.
Here in the town,
I'm thinking of School Check.
Yeah.
And Babbitt in particular, and Dana doesn't have enough history yet to have been able to demonstrate fully her leadership abilities.
So, you know, I have heard, Kevin, if you're listening, I'm sorry, but I'm going to go there. There are a lot of people that, you know, Kevin Skulchek now has very strong political views.
Yeah.
Right. And that's okay.
As do I.
Right. He's just a little more out there with him. He puts him out there a lot, and he doesn't care, you know. I mean, if anybody's in his face about it.
Yeah.
whether you agree with him or you don't, when he was first selectman, he did a hell of a job. Got a lot of things started.
Yep.
He was always in the community. He just was there. He was a very, very good first selectman.
Yes.
Um,
Considering he came in with little experience.
exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. You know, I mean, he was a coach. He volunteered his time and stuff like that. He worked as a CEO for many years. He retired and then got into this. Todd Babbitt, I thought, did a phenomenal job as well.
Yep.
You know, these are people that cared about the town, had born and bred here. You know, and I think you're right. You know, as far as Dana Bennett is concerned, there's not enough history to gauge whether or not she's doing a bad job or a good job, which is why I put the poll up, because I wanted to see what the perception was.
Yeah. But anyways, I mean, to finish my comment about threw my hat in the ring, eventually Steve Merchant put his hat in the ring.
Yep.
And,
okay, yeah.
And Steve was extremely well known. I thought he did an excellent job as
Board of Finance
chairman. I have a lot of respect for Steve, and I said to myself, what am I going to take away from my family if I'm going to actually have a chance of winning that race against Steve?
Mm-hmm.
And I says, I'd have to be out there campaigning 8 hours a day, 5 days a week to even have a shot at it. Yeah. Because Steve is well known, he's well respected. I mean, I have high accolades for Steve Merchant. Okay, yeah. So I said at that particular time, it just wasn't in the cards for me.
One person in town that I respect greatly.
Only one?
Well, no, a lot. But there's one in particular that I'm going to speak to now is Tina Falk.
Yes.
You know, the senior center and social services director, right?
Yes.
Right here in the town of Griswold. I told her years ago, and this was, I think, midway through Todd's first term as first selectman. And I told her, I said, I've had people for some reason come up to me and ask me to run against Todd. And
you particular?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've been asked a bunch of times, you know, and now it's like, you know, there's no way in hell. There's just no way in hell that'll ever happen. So she just looked at me and was very, very, calm, and gave me probably the best answer that could ever have, been to this question. She said to me, she goes, well, what is it that you feel that you could bring to the table that would change things more than the current first selectman or make them better? And I'm like, And I thought about it for a second, and it was not an immediate answer. I thought about it, and it's like, nothing. So she goes, then that might be your answer. It may not. She goes, but it's food for thought.
Yeah.
And, I mean, everybody knows Tina and Todd are husband and wife, which I think they handle business immaculately between the two of them when it comes to, being on a board and somebody has to recuse themselves or whatever. Anyway, I have deep respect for both. And I'm like, Now, I've always had great respect for Tina, from the day that I met her.
Yep.
So I'm like, not that I was going to run anyway, but it was like, so it's kind of a general comment of like, if somebody was going to run. And I said, well, if I was to run, what? And she gave me that answer. I'm like, yeah, it's a good point. Because I don't think at all as a politician or a selectman that I could bring anything to the table better than a Kevin Skolchek or a Todd Babbitt.
I would certainly in my case, I couldn't begin to compare to the jobs that both the Republican and the Democratic candidates have done over the last 8 years.
Yeah.
like you say, I'm not really familiar with the Anthony administration and the ones before that.
And Hatfield.
I mean, it appears from what I hear there have been some gaps in good leadership, but I don't know. I don't know whether that is or isn't true.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with. I mean, the Ann Hatfield run, I guess, didn't end very well.
Yeah.
I don't know the circumstances around it.
And in some cases,
Bob Ricky ran too long.
Yeah.
And got complacent.
In some cases,
sorry, Paul.
The leader takes the hit for some mistakes that the underlings, shouldn't use that term, but the support staff.
Yes. Yeah. Speaking of support staff,
yes,
I heard a rumor.
Oh God! Don't believe in rumors, Mike.
I think this one's pretty solid.
Yeah,
because I've been sitting on this one for a week.
You've been sitting on it.
So, oh, by the way, before I get into that, Victoria says Jim looks like he is in a jungle. Turn around.
Oh. And speaking of being in the jungle, Mike, I'm sorry, but I do have to leave at this point. But
can I tell you the rest of the story?
Okay, go ahead, right. But do it quickly.
All right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jungle Jim. The rumor is that Mario's coming back. The Mario Tristani, the planner, he's coming back and being part of the town once again.
I think that's very important for the continuity of all the projects that are ongoing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A lot of rumors, why? Who cares? That's personal.
Yep.
But yeah, apparently he's coming back Tuesday, and that's rumor I've heard from multiple sources. So I know you got to get the heck out of here.
Yep.
So go to your appointment, sir.
All right. Nice joining you this morning.
Thank you for coming.
I'll try and be more frequent.
Yeah, you got to take your headphones off though before you walk out with them.
I guess I better, huh?
Because otherwise,
that's going to strangle.
I was watching him like he's going to walk out with his headphones.
Oh God!
Oh my goodness!
Hey, when you get to be my age.
Oh.
Talk to you later.
All right, man. See you later. All right.
I can't hear anything.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
How about now? Can you hear me now, Dave?
Yes, there's just a little delay.
I know why.
Hello?
Give me a second here.
There you go.
Dave, try to speak now.
Hello. How are you?
I got you, and I can hear you now. But I'd like to know how I can get rid of the plant in the middle. I still have sound. Let me see if I can turn you up a little more. No, I guess that's it. I guess that's as loud as I get.
Did you ever see that podcast with the guy from what's that movie where they go on the bachelor party to Vegas? He's got a podcast called Between Two Ferns. It's hysterical. Zach Galifianakis or whatever it is.
Yeah, is that what we have? We're between two ferns. We'll leave it. What the heck?
Yeah, why not?
What the heck?
I don't want to be too close to you anyway. People will start talking.
Huh?
I said, I don't want to be too close to you anyway. People will start talking.
You look at that. See now, oh, it's just a plant, no microphone or anything. But what the hell is that all about? So what's up, Dave Pellino? You're smack dab in the middle of your arcade, I see.
Yeah, working from home today, so I am down in the man cave, or as my son Anthony calls it, the Anthony and Dave cave, because everything I own he thinks is his. So,
gotcha.
It's funny because everything I get, this started years ago. He wants everything that I have. So I got an award from WWE for community service and stuff. I don't know if you've ever seen the picture of that or whatever. And the minute I got it, like, when we left the presentation and stuff, he turns to me and he looks at me dead serious. And this was years ago. And he says, Daddy, when you die, can I have that? And I'm like, I just got it 5 minutes ago. What do you mean? You already got me on my deathbed and you want it? Like, it's crazy. But yeah, everything. And anytime like I get a new arcade, he's like, Dad, when you die, that's got to come to me, because the girls, they don't care, because my two daughters, he's like, they can't have that. I got to have that. So like everything I have, like all my Kiss collectibles, all my toys, my Giant stuff, it's over here. I got LT autographed helmets, my arcade game. It's all his in his mind.
So if you take a look just behind Dave, he's got all these arcade games. This is how many do you have now? Close to 30?
I have 10 physical cabinets, but a lot of the cabinets have multiple games on them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually I just bought a new Simpsons one that's a 4-player and it has a trackball on it. And I want to mod that. And if I do, I cannot mod it. I have to have somebody come do it. That's where my problem lies. But if I do, I could put like 6,000 games on that one machine. Every game you could ever think of, like every Atari console game, every Nintendo console game, every arcade game like ever made, because it's got the 4 players with all the buttons and it's got the trackball. So, if I was to do that like on this Pac-Man one over here, I'm pointing to it's opposite here. I could only put 60 games on it. Because of the way to
are these the exact ones that you'd find in an arcade, the actual cabinet and everything?
No, these are called arcade 1-ups. Okay, you could buy these at any retailer, Walmart, Target, Best Buy. They're called 3/4 cabinets. So like the ones right behind me, because I didn't want to get rid of the shelf, I don't have the risers on them, so they're a little shorter. So you just sit in a chair and you can play them. But my other ones that I have that you can't see that are over here, those all have the risers. So now are the game itself is it the exact same game that you would have played in the arcade? Or is there any? Yeah. It's basically like a cheaper way to have the games, rather than paying, $2,000 for a game and it only have Pac-Man on it, per se. Or like this Rampage one that's right here that has 4 games on it. It was only, when I got it, I think it was like $300.
Is that how much they cost? The
they range. I've gotten them on sale. The cheapest one I got is actually my favorite cabinet. I got a Tempest one over here that I got for on sale from Nordstrom's. They had like a flash sale. I got it for $160, and it's got like 10 old Atari games on it. Tempest, Centipede, Missile Command. I play that one probably the most.
I love the Missile Command.
But the worst part was during the pandemic, we're home. I got all these games and my kids are like, we're bored. We got nothing to do. I'm like, kids would kill to have this in their basement.
I'm thinking of doing it. I mean, I've got a pretty good sized basement, and also kind of like, beefing up the nighttime We Love the 80s room.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, they're fun. When we have people over, like the first thing they want to do is like, come down and play.
Check out the arcade games.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And then I have 2 mini ones that are,
tabletop
small
ones.
Yeah. That I take with me, like when we go. So like my family and a bunch of other families go to a cabin up in Massachusetts in the winter. Mm-hmm. It's a 30-person cabin and there's no TV. There's no internet. You can't get on your cell phone, nothing. So I bring those with us, and it's like the hit. Everybody loves them.
It's really cool. All right, let's talk about Special Olympics.
Let's do it. Special
So
Olympics.
now what is your title and everything with Special Olympics?
I'm the
What
coordinator.
is it you do?
Okay, I am the coordinator of sports and local programs for Special Olympics Connecticut. So what I do is we have 4 major events throughout the year. We have winter games, summer games, fall sports festival, and holiday sports classic. I run the entire fall sports festival. A different person in my department runs each set of games. Mine happens to be fall sports. But then for the other 3, I actually run just a sport at that event. So like our holiday classic that's coming up, that's the weekend before Thanksgiving. I am in charge of volleyball. So, I run the whole thing, with the help of volunteers and stuff. I don't want to make it seem like I do everything, but as far as logistics and stuff like that, getting permits, COIs, any supplies we might need, ordering food, anything that has to do with the event, including, getting the team's registrations in, things like that is what I do. And like I said, for fall, I oversee all of it. So that's pretty much it. And then I have a section of the state where I am like their go-to person for the local programs. Local programs is just a term that we use basically for the teams, because the teams are basically kind of by towns. We do have some public school teams as well, like New Haven Public Schools, Hartford Public Schools, Bridgeport Public Schools. But so my area is Fairfield County. So any teams that are in Fairfield County, if they have any problems or they need help with anything, they come to me.
So now, what about New London County and Windham County? I mean, do you handle the entire state? Is it that you said, or is there a different coordinator for up this neck of the woods?
There is they're in the same office as me, but there's a different person that handles that area. We kind of try to do it because we're a state organization. We service the whole state. We kind of try to separate it by like where you live. So the woman who runs your area of the state, New London County and all of that, she lives out that way.
Gotcha. Oh, so, I mean, that would make sense.
For her to go to meetings with programs and stuff, or visit practices, things of that nature.
So, so as far as the fall festival now, that already happened, right?
Fall's all done. Yeah, we finished up fall. That was in September. 2 weekends in a row in September.
That was up this way though, wasn't it too?
Yeah, we had some events up there that I was at. We do sailing, actually, believe it or not. We have sailing 4-man boats regatta. It's unified. If you don't know what unified is, unified means athletes and partners. So it's athletes with intellectual disabilities along with partners with no IDs, no intellectual disabilities. And it creates a great bond between the athlete and the partner, and friendships that really last a lifetime. This was introduced years ago by the just retired president of Special Olympics, Bo Doherty. He kind of created and had the vision for that. And, Eunice Kennedy Shriver, who started Special Olympics, was very against it. She did not want that to happen. This was only
the unified sports
people. I'm sorry.
You mean the unified sports?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Bo brought her to a practice because he was having all his college buddies come to the practices and participate with the athletes. And she saw the bond that they had created over like months of practicing, and like they were best friends. They'd go out for pizza, and she was like, all right, we'll give this a shot. And it just took off. It's huge. They did a documentary on unified sports and Bo on ESPN. It's they call him the godfather of unified sports. It's actually overtaken our traditional. We got some athletes. Traditional is just is a term that we use for just athletes with intellectual disabilities. So we have traditional and unified, and our unified is actually a bigger program than traditional. And there's millions of people that do unified throughout the world now. I don't know the exact number, but I want to say the last time I looked, it was like over 3 million.
Now,
partners.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now unified sports is not even through just Special Olympics now. Like I know the CIAC here in Connecticut, they've adopted.
Yeah, so it's still through Special Olympics because it is our program, but we do work in conjunction with CIAC, CAS, with the state of Connecticut. And we have been for years. It's been an ongoing partnership. And, we have what are called Unified Champion Schools. And I believe we have the highest rating here in Connecticut of all the states in the U.S. So any team, any school can do unified sports. And almost every school in the school district, I should say, in the state does it. But to have a unified champion school and you get a banner put up in your school, like, the banners that they do when you make all state, there's certain requirements. And I believe we're like at 90% of our state that competes in CIAC unified sports are unified champion schools, which is huge because we blow all the other states out of the water. Like, it's not even close. I think the closest one to us is maybe like 40 or 50% of their schools are unified champion schools.
Okay. That is, I'm sorry. I'm
Still
playing
messing with those cameras, huh?
I just, I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I don't know why. I can't. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get yours. And no,
How are you liking the new studio?
I love it.
Nice.
I absolutely love it here. It's I was telling Jim earlier, it's very homey. Everybody here is very nice. We're we're in the Paragon office building, or Paragon, and what it used to be. It looks like a big house, really.
Okay.
And it used to be United Community and Family Services, which is an organization that does health and wellness. And they built a new building on the other side of town, leaving this one vacant. And a gentleman bought this building, and put it together like you can rent office space.
Okay, like a shared office space.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
And there's a lot open too. There's a lot open. So if anybody is looking for office space or a place to house their business, check out Paragon. I'm telling you, they're very easy to work with. There's a lot of amenities that I don't think people realize, or the things you'd have to pay for, for other things. But it's a great deal, and I'm surprised this place isn't filled up.
Plus, you can network with the other people that are there.
Yeah, very, very true.
Yeah, shared workspace, I think, is the wave of the future, especially with, so many businesses during the pandemic that, got rid of their office spaces or whatever. I mean, us at Special Olympics, we actually downsized our office, and we only go into the office 2 days a week now, rotating the days around so that we're not, we share offices now and everything. But we worked from home during the pandemic, everybody, and we didn't skip a beat. It actually worked out very well for us.
Scott just says, that's a plant? I thought it was Paul.
The plant has more hair than Paul.
There could be old Greg. Are you familiar with only certain people are going to get that joke. You ever heard of old Greg?
No.
All right. You ever watch a comedy, an English comedy duo called The Mighty Boosh?
No, I remember like Benny Hill, and I used to love that TV show, The Young Ones. They used to play it like on Saturday nights on MTV, which was really funny.
So they came up with this character, and he was a man-fish. He was like, my name is Old Greg, watch it on YouTube. It's funny. It's creepy, but it's funny. Do you love me, Howard? Do you love me?
See, that's what you got to do. You got to go live with the plant on your TikTok. Everybody has
from a shoe.
You could have a puppet plant. Put some big googly eyes on it.
That would be kind of funny. All right, Dave. Anything else you want to add about Special Olympics before we say sayonara for today?
I'll just bring up a few things that we have going on in the future in the next 6 months. Basically, we have our Holiday Sports Classic that I was talking about earlier. That's the weekend of November 19th and 20th. The sports we offer for that are volleyball, which I'll be running. So if you're interested and you want to come out, that's at Hamden Hall, Beckerman Athletic Center in Hamden. Basketball, unified basketball at Quinnipiac University. Powerlifting at Gleason's Gym in Derby. And bowling, which is a huge sport for us, believe it or not, in the state of Connecticut.
I believe that.
Is we have to use 2 bowling alleys. It's so big. It's East Haven Circle Lanes and Milford Bolero. And then for winter games, which will be March 4th and March 5th of 2023.
That's spring, right?
Well, that's the weekend we do our winter sports because you lose time for the holidays and stuff, and then we have to have 8 weeks of training and practice before we could have our games for the team. So it ends up usually falls on either the last week of February or the first week of March. And to be honest with you, the few times like we have it in February, you would think the weather would be better, because it's winter games. We're outside pretty much. We need snow because there's a lot of skiing competitions. And it'll be February and we have no snow. Like it's horrible. Like the mountains are trying to make snow. And, so we do floor hockey at Pratt & Whitney. That's my sport. I do that one.
That's your winter sport?
Yeah, floor hockey. Yep. We do snowshoeing and cross-country skiing at Eversource in Bloomfield. And they actually have their workers that volunteer their time and stay overnight and sleep there in a trailer in their parking lot for like a month and make us snow. They have snow making machines that they just make snow for us, constantly building it up for us so we can have that event. We do speed skating and figure skating at the International Skating Center where the Olympians train sometimes in Simsbury. And we have alpine skiing at Powder Ridge in Middlefield. And then gymnastics at Farmington Valley Gymnastics in Plainville. Sorry, I said Plainville. But coming out your way, and most importantly, probably right now, is we have our Shoreline Penguin Plunge that we do every year. This used to be
Shoreline what?
Shoreline Penguin Plunge.
Okay.
So did you ever see those crazy people that jump in the ice cold water in the middle of the winter?
Oh yeah, we have an event here which is on Thanksgiving morning, which is called the Turkey Plunge, and it's every single year.
The water's still warm then. That's nothing. November. Come on.
Is the challenge been thrown down here?
Well, I mean, listen, if SNSN could get some people out there, it'd be great. So we used to do it at Ocean Beach, but this year it is going to be at Eastern Point Beach in Groton on March 5th.
Okay.
So you have the option. It's a fundraising thing for us at Special Olympics. And we do a great job with it. And matter of fact, that one out in Shoreline by your area is one of our biggest ones. But you raise $100 and you do the plunge for Special Olympics. Or you could raise $100 and be what they call a chicken. And you get a chicken hat. And during the plunge, you stand in a chicken corral, like a chicken coop. So you still raise the money, but you're like, nah, I'm good with the cold water.
Oh, it's funny.
But it's a great event. We have people seem to think Special Olympics is only in the summer or just in the winter. And we are a year-round event. There's constantly things going on, whether it's sports, so we have our holiday sports classes. Well, we have divisioning tournaments coming up, not this weekend, next weekend. I'll be in Groton at Fitch High School for our volleyball divisioning tournament on October 16th, my birthday, by the way, and I got to work, but it is what it is.
Called the warm ambulance.
Play the violin. So, it's year-round fundraising, everything. We just did Over the Edge at Mohegan Sun a few weeks back, where you raise money and you are able to rappel down the side of Mohegan Sun. It's people love
that, are we talking about that zip line?
No, that's at Foxwoods. Although we do a fundraiser with that too, but this is you literally you got the harness on, the helmet and stuff, like you're like on the SWAT team. You go down the side of Mohegan Sun building.
How many floors?
It's a lot. You're at the top of where the hotel is, and you go down onto the roof of the casino. So I don't know.
And the harness and the helmet's going to be great protection if you're plummeting 300 feet.
Well, listen, I could tell you this. What I know is the ropes could hold thousands of pounds.
I'm out.
So it's not going to break or anything. So you'll be safe. And there's a backup rope too. So even
they
if
said Janet Jackson wasn't going to have a wardrobe malfunction either. So
yeah. Oh, come on, that was planned.
All right, dude. Thank you very much as always. Thanks for coming on in a pinch. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me and let me spread the word about Special Olympics Connecticut. And if anybody wants to visit our website, it's www.soct.org. That's SO as in Special Olympics and then CT for Connecticut.
SOCT.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sure. Are we going to see you later on?
Yeah, I'll probably be on tonight.
Yeah.
You and the Bush have a good day.
Oh, Greg. Oh, man. Thanks, dude.
All right, man. I'm glad you got your new studio. I'm happy for you. Things are only going to go up from here, I think, for you.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much.
When I'm in the area, I'll swing by. I saw the old studio. I got to see the new studio now.
See, you're one of those guys that can bust your balls, and it's just kidding.
Yeah, that's the way I was raised.
Yeah.
Oh man, if you ever met my father, my father would do two things. If he liked you, he'd break your balls. That's all he would do. If he didn't like you, he would not even acknowledge you were alive. He wouldn't talk to you. So people would be like, "Oh man, your dad's breaking." I'd have like girlfriends and stuff. She'd be like, "Your dad is like always making fun of me and blah blah blah." I'm like, that means he likes you. And then I would have a girlfriend be like, your dad like doesn't even say a word to me. I'm like, yeah, that means he doesn't like you. A
lot of people are like that.
Yeah. So I grew up with, ball breaking and stuff like that. And so I'm used to it. It takes a lot to get me upset. Plus I'm pretty good at it myself.
Yeah, you are. The other night, let's see, just if for those of you who do not know, Dave and I are part of a group on TikTok called We Love the 80s. We _love the _80s, and 80s is spelled out. And
which is a great TikTok page too, and a great community of people.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun. Then we have the backdoor chat.
Yeah,
where only certain people get in, and you were on fire the other night.
Well, it was ridiculous. Like, I can't say it. I don't want to get into too much detail in case, people are watching, but that,
and fuego.
I don't think people realize what they type into those chats sometimes.
I don't know, but you want to go to Applebee's and get breakfast? Or
yeah. Yeah.
Inside.
Imagine being that upset that you didn't get your dessert at Applebee's.
We haven't seen that person since.
I thought I saw her on the other day, but
I don't
really. Maybe I messed up, but I thought I saw her on because I was like, oh no, here we go again. She's not gonna start this stuff.
I started feeling sorry for her. Then I went like, oh no, I don't.
Yeah, no. I got my own problems. I don't need to worry about yours. But yeah, everybody should come on your TikTok, man. It's so much fun. The music. We have great interaction. It's all positive. Trolls get booted out, if somebody tries to
instantaneously. If a troll comes in, Dave's like, boom, you're gone.
Yeah.
Kicks him to the curb.
And it's crazy because I know there's other moderators for it that boot people as well. But it's crazy. Like, I'll boot somebody and then like one of the other moderators will say they booted them. And I'm like, how did you boot him if I already booted him? But I guess it lets multiple people kick them out. I don't know.
That means that's like 4 life sentences.
Yeah. You're never getting back.
Well, you know what I think is that, like, let's say if you take off the block off of a person, there's still 3 others that have that block.
You're not getting back in.
That's
no
it.
matter what, you're out.
All right, dude. We'll see you later on tonight.
Gladiator, you put your thumbs up, down.
You shall die.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we'll see you tonight.
All right, man. Be good.
All right. See you later.
Bye.
All right. It's Dave Pellino from Special Olympics, Connecticut. Always a lot of great information from Dave. And he came on spur of the moment, too, which is really, really cool. So I asked him last night. I said, "Hey, you want to come on and we'll talk about some Special Olympics stuff?" And he said, "Yeah, let's do it." And he was pretty much right on the spot. So anyway, thank you very much for joining us here at SNSN this morning. We appreciate you participating. We love it when people do participate in the program. This is completely interactive. It's the way we always wanted it, is to be completely interactive here at SNSN. So have a great day. Tomorrow morning, we'll have Retiree Row once again with Paul and Chris, and Ask Chris Anything. So have a great day, everyone. Stay safe.